Hello, hello, hello. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome to Feedback Friday. It is Art Edition. I'm your host, Jacob. Welcome to the stream. Hello. Is my audio working? I am live, doing the thing. Sounded my horn. Hello, hello. All right. So, today I think we're going to keep it relatively quick for an art stream, as far as that goes. We'll see. Uh, can hear me. Good. All right. So yeah, there was kind of like a little bit of a shift and shuffle around this morning when we were kind of sorting out some designs, and so today I'm actually going to be kind of polishing off a piece that I've been working on. Um, so I was creating a trap skin for a kind of thing coming up. It's for after Halloween kind of situation and new thing. But yeah, basically created a trap skin, and there's kind of like a number of them that were created. And the one that I developed, it just doesn't quite fit with the rest of the set as much as we'd like. So I'm going to be tweaking it and also finishing up some final details on it that I wanted to kind of tackle anyways. So it's going to be a very kind of like uh, the piece is already basically rendered, and we're going to be going in and adjusting it. So this is a process that is a little more on the kind of detail and tedious side, if you will, but it's one that isn't necessarily one that I get to kind of like demo on stream as much. Usually I try to kind of like develop the idea directly with the audience, you guys, where we like sketch out concepts and then we kind of roughly scribble in we block in the colors essentially, maybe get a little render pass, but often it'll get to like 70 to 90% complete, and then I'll kind of do the final finishing tweaks and stuff once I've kind of like stepped away and come back on Monday and look at it fresh. um, so this is kind of in that boat where we have basically a completed image, but we've decided that, we're going to tweak some things. The design could be better if it's kind of done this way, and make those adjustments. And there's also like an element of it's a bigger, more detailed piece that I've been working on, and it's very easy to kind of like when you've been working on something for several days, it can be hard to kind of like really appreciate what all the details are doing. And so I've had a break from it a little bit, so I'm gonna kind of come back, and now I got fresh eyes to tackle it. So it'll be an interesting kind of like experience on Feedback Friday Art Edition, because it ultimately will look similar to this original image, but we're gonna go in and we're gonna tweak things. So yeah, it's a little behind the scenes kind of version of that. So let's just jump into what we're working on. So this is a trap skin for the Chrome School of Sharks. And as you can see, there's a lot of detail that's already sorted. Um, it's certainly an image that is not necessarily the most easy to just kind of do like a shift on, because it's got a lot of kind of like effects on it, right? Like I've done some fancy trickery with like layers and adjustments and stuff that I don't often do unless I need it to be like really impactful and environmental. I want this to feel like it's underwater, right? So there's more of this haze. There's the kind of like light bending, chromatic abrasion. I think that's the term. Either way, basically it's kind of gone through the ringer of like, okay, I've like kind of finished these parts, so now I can kind of apply these tricks to it. So you get to kind of see how I might attempt to tackle this, because it's a little more complicated and a little more challenging, but it should be good. So basically, the goal for this one today is it doesn't quite sit as well with the other trap skins that we've designed for this kind of little thing we're doing. Um, and so I'm gonna be doing some color adjustments. I want to bring in more gold. I was kind of going for a rose gold, but then I didn't end up kind of like getting there. There are parts that are gilded, feeling the golden kind of like uh, embellishments and details. I dig this, um, but yeah, I think this kind of like pink tubing doesn't quite land where I want it. I think I'm gonna try and just kind of make it more gold, and I might even bedazzle it a little bit. Get some jewels or crystals or something, because I would if I put those in, they would kind of match to the other designs a little better. Yeah. So this is what we're working on today. So um, basically, it is going to be kind of, probably a shorter one. We'll see how long we run. I might also have to step away for like 10 minutes at some point, because Alex is coming back and has like a whole bunch of stuff that they're kind of like bringing in, and I might need to go help with that. Um, but I don't know when that's happening. Could be any minute now, actually, but we'll see. Yeah, so a little bit of a spoiler in a sense, but this is kind of like a peek at what one of the trap skins is going to be for this cool thing. And we all know and love our Chrome School of Sharks, and we have so many wonderful skins for the School of Sharks, the Chrome School of Sharks, that I just have to keep that going. So this one is a little bit more of a departure from kind of like the typical Chrome School of Sharks design, which I'm okay with. We've certainly kind of like done that with a few of the traps where we kind of don't totally, you know, use the full silhouette. We just kind of use that space, and have as much fun with it as we can. Um, I try not to do it all the time because I still want it to relate to the trap, which is specifically why I kind of created this dude here. Um, but yeah, we have like there's like dual trident wielding mermouse or mermaid bot. I guess okay, it's like yeah, merbot. That might make more sense. And like a number of different traps have wildly different trap skins, but as long as it kind of like works, then we're good. So what I'm gonna attempt to do, because this isn't a process that I end up doing a ton, will be to kind of just attempt to see what I can manage using like color shift layers, stuff like that. But ultimately, we're gonna have to, do what we can with those tweaks, and then come in and render over top of that to kind of like really put it where it should be. Yeah. So yeah, because people are going to wonder, I can't tell you specifically what this thing is, but Norm said you can mention that this is the thing that comes after Halloween instead of Relic Hunter. So I'll leave it at that. You guys can just kind of figure it out or not, because we haven't done this before, but uh, we'll see. We'll see what it is. I'm not going to tell you anything else, though. It's going to be fun, though. I'm excited for it. Yeah. So, yeah, here we have like a lot of layers, because it's quite a complicated and detailed image. But I think that like this many layers for like one piece is kind of out of the ordinary for me in a sense. So this is for the actual segmenting. What I might do is clean this up a little bit so that could go below this layer. I don't even know what that's doing right now. nothing. This layer was nothing. Okay, if I put this below, that might be good. And then I'll create a new layer here. This one I'm going to do I'll try color. It might not work well. It might be hue, it might be none of those. But basically I want to try and get more of a kind of gold color. And so let's try hue. Yeah, so it's interesting because of all the interactions of the layers and colors going on. It's going to be less easy to just kind of do a quick thing to make it the color I need, right? Okay, so we could go... It's definitely feeling very green when I kind of like lean into more golds. Yeah. So basically, I was going for a rose gold here, but I think if I go like more pure gold, and then the base of this could be potentially more of the rose gold, that could potentially work. It was just feeling a little bit too kind of rose copper than gold, and and as I mentioned, I might try bejeweling things. Thanks, Sean. I appreciate that. I did spend quite a long time on this piece. It was quite a lot of work and finicky details. What I might benefit from actually is I have this overlay layer, which, as you can see, that does a lot for the atmosphere of this piece, actually. It's basically a folder of, there's like this shadow that I just kind of smeared over the whole thing, and this light beam coming in from kind of like the caustic water ripple effect, right? And then a little bit of a bloom glow where like there's this kind of just such a bright light that it's blur, you know, like it's just hitting the camera lens and just kind of like overwhelming it, and the water effects and all that kind of combined, it creates that kind of a, you know, very atmospheric water scene. So with those turned off, you can see kind of more of the base of what this was. And boom, just throwing that shadow overlay on top of everything. This is just a normal Photoshop like Photoshop or Clip Studio, whatever art program layer, that is just, yeah, it's just through some muddy blue. It's probably more of a purple that has a lot of texture, and I blended it very soft and just kind of threw it over top of areas that I wanted to push back. But yeah, instantly that changes it so much, right? But at the same time, having this here is going to change the colors that I'm working on. So I'm actually going to hide that for now and go find those base colors I want to try and bring it into the realm of, you know, rose gold, gold, whatever we're looking for, and then we can adjust this overlay to kind of suit that. I feel like it's more important to kind of like get the base structure working and then perhaps even have to redo the overlay than kind of fight the overlay the whole time. So I might also shift the color of that beam of light coming in. Maybe it'll look nicer if it's more warm, based off of the other colors and stuff. But yeah, all right, we're gonna hide that for now. It's going to look a lot more flat without it, which, is just because I relied on that for a lot of that depth. Um, but we could do something. This is also quite a large file, so it runs a little slower. But I'm going to just kind of drop a core shadow, a deeper shadow here, just so that I can appreciate that popping out a little better right now. Hopefully that doesn't get too muddied with the overlay that gets thrown over top, but it's better to have it layered that way than doing all that important structural design and kind of layout on basically an overlay layer at the top. Okay, so we're going to jump back to this color shift and see if we like what's going on with that. So I think because it's we could try like an overlay, or what other one might work. I mean, hue and color are likely the best options for this. I think we just need to kind of like paint more into this to kind of like get it right. Perhaps if that's below things, would that help? All right. It's a bit of a tricky one. Doesn't want to land where I want it. Okay. Yeah, so what we'll do is we'll actually just paint over with a color I want. Just because I can't like, I'm not as good at that like layer foo of just knowing how to kind of like use, special layer effects to kind of get the exact look I want. Overlay isn't terrible now. I just had to kind of like tweak it a little bit. Might help that it's lower in the hierarchy. Okay, I think I still need maybe to be more yellow. Perhaps as well, if I deal with the plating kind of details. So not that layer. Well, above that layer is fine actually. Let's do okay. So if I do hue, okay, that's maybe. So I think the highlights are kind of like not there yet. I need the yellow to kind of come out in the highlights. All right. But let's take a look at that. Now feels more like gold plate as opposed to kind of the like coppery version. So, or the rose copper, which is not what I was going for, but yeah. Okay. So I think that is working there. And actually, I do like that tone difference still. I did design it with a tone difference in mind. So if we have kind of like, you know, uh, 24 karat gold kind of plating on top of a rose gold base, that could work. So, we still have kind of the octopus pink a little bit, but I do need kind of a specific golden look to it. Also, and I'm gonna throw some gems onto it. And then there is elements that were just kind of phoned in, to be perfectly frank. Um, the kind of doubloon floor here was just really kind of quickly just splattered in. So I think to make this more convincing, I can do a little bit of cleanup and just pick out a few specific detail areas, just areas where I kind of like enhance it with some specifics, but not everywhere. And that will actually kind of like really enhance the whole thing. Um, so basically, I just need to figure out, okay, where am I gonna land your attention, and I'll put some nice detail there, so you can see what it is I'm trying to convey, and then your brain will just fill in the rest for me. It'll say, oh yeah, these are whatever coins, and then that just means that the rest are as well. Okay, so this arm here, the ones at the back, those are still too pink, and elements here and there are also still too pink. So we're gonna keep tweaking. I'm gonna turn the overlay off again. So this I actually already had an overlay kind of gold color, and I just pushed it back quite a lot. And perhaps I just pushed it back too far. Let's try, was it hue? There, that's a nice gold right there. See, that's kind of more the vibe I was hoping for. And I think it is, again, because of that, like, highlight that's working. So I kind of want more of that in here. Hmm. Okay, so I think the trick here is to use a uh, additive highlight color. So there's another layer. This one's probably one of my favorite. Um, it's Add Glow in Clip Studio. In Photoshop, it's probably Color Dodge. But basically, you can take kind of a color and additively put it in, and the way that it kind of interacts with the the deeper colors is very specifically great for doing like metallics. So actually, I probably don't want it to be too textured. I'm going to put it below those segments as well. And I'm going to just focus on areas that I want to have a buffed shine to it effectively. So as usual, my light source is kind of coming in from the top right. That's kind of a good general safe area for most of the lighting, the main lighting to come from, because the bases are kind of lit that way. You have like the bottom left portion is in the most shadow, front right is still kind of shaded, uh, but yeah, our light source is like above us and to the right effectively. So okay. nice thing about working in layers is you can kind of push it too far and then pull it back. So it's not quite getting the colors I want in this area. And I don't need there to be highlights in there. I think I do want a little more highlighting here. But yeah, you can see how it, like, when you bring it into the shadows, it can kind of like enhance and saturate the colors nicely. I also recommend, when doing kind of like highlights and stuff like that, less is more. You actually want to kind of not overdo it. So right now it's kind of keyed up a lot. Like, I'm hitting it pretty hard with this highlight. I might want to pull it back a bit, but that said, this arm is kind of a detail that I do think the eye should get kind of like attracted to. I want it to kind of capture your eye and, you know, bring it around and back into the frame. So it's okay if it has like this punchy, interesting contrast. Another thing to kind of really get like a nice metallic feel is really in how you play up the reflections. So what I would probably want to do, I'll add another layer just to play it safe, but we'll go in and we're gonna pick maybe more of a kind of deeper kind of brown. I'm going to put that below the add glow. Have this be more saturated, actually. Yeah, you want to kind of like treat your metals as if they are a mirror and actually kind of like reflect elements of the scene. So getting these kind of like bands of dark kind of streaks is essentially saying, hey, there's something that is not reflecting a lot of light, or it's blocking light in that spot and it's being reflected. And it also kind of shows the directionality. Maybe this should be above. Yeah. It shows the directionality of the actual surface too, by kind of like stretching reflections, you know, flat. It's saying that's curved in that kind of plane. Okay, so that's a fair amount of detail. I'm going to just pop the overlay layer on. Also, I'm going to scroll down so that the overlay layer is always easily selectable in my kind of palette, or in my layers kind of palette. Clip Studio has a very cool feature where you can actually have two different views of the layer folder. And so what I love to do is just kind of like, if I have an element that I need to turn on and off pretty regularly, like the sketch layer is often one. Or, for example, I had the Chrome School of Sharks trap. Oh, no, that one. I had the Chrome School of Sharks trap kind of on top of everything that I could just kind of like turn on and off to kind of like reference it when I needed to. I also would have it open in like another window on the screen, etc. But uh, being able to turn on and off the sketch or like layer effects or whatever you want, and not have to scroll up to it every time is pretty cool. It's great design. So yeah, now even though I'm like working in these folders here, I can always just kind of quickly go over and whoop, turn that on and off to see what's up. Okay, cool. So already I'm feeling like this is more in the color range of the other ones. Just a little peek. I have them over here off on the side, but I'm not going to let you see those. I don't want to spoil them, but they're gorgeous. But yeah, so basically I am kind of trying to make this piece not stand out like a sore thumb compared to the rest of them. Because overall it just did not sit with the others and look like it belonged, but I want it to. So this is what happens sometimes. Go away and kind of like create something in a not entirely a vacuum, but like you just kind of get caught up in it and working on it, and then you come back and you're like, oh wait, this wasn't quite to the spec I was intending, and I kind of lost the thread on that. All right, cool. So I'm gonna go and this here, just do a quick little hue shift on that. Or color shift. Color shift seems like it landed better this time. Yeah. Cool. All right, and the back legs. Also, I should turn off my overlay just so I can grab what I need easier. I did set up the layers so that like when I'm doing a quick select, I'm not actually grabbing the overlay, because that's just painted on top of everything. There's a hotkey shift control where I can hold shift control and then click on anything, and I'll jump to whatever that topmost layer is that has a pixel there. With the overlay, there was just gentle painting across the entire piece. So no matter what I tried to select, it would have been the overlay. So I had to lock that folder. Benefit of that as well is I can make it so that I don't grab colors from specific folder structures. There's a lot of like really cool customizability that I've discovered in Clip Studio that I definitely would recommend exploring if you do digital art. All right, so that's not terrible. Let's look at hue. That's a little more subtle, which, because we're underwater, I think I do need to understate the gold effect, which is kind of, there's a little bit of a conflict of design, where no matter what I create here is not going to match the other pieces, because it is going to be in this murky environment where the others are bright and airy and like floating in the sky, billowy, beautiful clouds kind of vibe. So it's just not going to look completely like the others. I'm kind of looking at them side by side, but it is much better. It is much closer already. Feels like a Chrome Kraken trap skin for the Chrome School of Sharks. Yeah. Well, we have there was what was it? I think one of the birthdays. I created Bubbles as one of the trap skins, or was it a trap? Bubbles the Party Crasher. Yeah. So here, I'll just. Now this one is a limited edition, so I'm not as concerned about it being like, hey, is this for this trap? Um, because no, it definitely is not. But the alpha is weird on that because of the way I copied it. But this was a trap I did for what birthday was that? Um, the 8th birthday. Yeah. All right. But yeah, so it kind of has a Bubbles uh, vibe, but it's a like I want it to be like a cool mechanical steampunky kind of look to it. Clockwork octopus, right? Um, this is for the Chrome School of Sharks, by the way. For those who are asking, yes, this is a trap skin that is for the Chrome School of Sharks. It may not look very Chrome School of Sharks because how much I've changed the silhouette, but that's why this friend is here. Hello. Um, and if we pop on the Chrome School of Sharks, uh, originally I had kind of laid out these characters to kind of fit that silhouette, but they don't look anything like the original, so it's fine. Bit of a bit of a shift, but you know, yeah. So this is the base trap. This is what I wanted it to look like. A little bit of a shift, but we've done this kind of thing before with really kind of like shifting traps into kind of like an interesting new design. So long as there's elements that feel close enough, I'm happy with it. So what's interesting is this back tentacle actually has like a different tone, um, but because it's like so atmospheric, it's so kind of like murky. I actually really like how much of that kind of gold feature is lost, and it like becomes this atmosphere, this murky atmosphere. So it's very warm shift here, which I like. So I'm actually thinking I want to, instead of having this like green kind of like grass and like blue haze of light coming through, I might actually warm that and just kind of make it so that, yeah, this murky water is warm. I don't even need to kind of like throw a gold sheen onto that. I think it's actually pretty great like that. I might throw a little bit of a glow edge on things to kind of like communicate things a little cleaner. I am going to try throwing the gold color on it, see if I like what that does. But right now I find that little detail kind of cool, and I might pull this arm back a bit in response to that. So let's see. So that's the suckers on it. And that's the layer I was looking for. Okay. So if I throw a new layer here at the base of it, make it a hue, drop my color in. It doesn't shift it a ton, which makes sense. Let's try it as a color. Color has a little more richness to it. Okay, so that's not bad. Let's turn that on and off. Also, it's quick saving. Okay, so there it is, kind of like the original, kind of more pink version. Now it's the gold version. I kind of like the pink version just because it kind of creates this interesting depth uh, of field going on. I'm actually going to try use a clipping mask to erase this overlay here. And as that kind of recedes, it's shifting to that kind of pink. So I kind of like how that cuts it out. Makes me want to come in and add a little bit of a kind of like edge here. So that's all details. This is a very complicated file. Okay, this is the one I was looking for. I'm going to go into the brightness, and we're just going to add a little bit of light to that edge here. We're not looking to catch a highlight. We're just looking to kind of create a little bit more definition there, I think. Also, I'm going to turn off my overlays real quick. All right. Yeah, I love the narwhal skin. Very true. So this trap skin is coming out after Halloween. So it is not for the Halloween event, which is coming up soon. All right. Turn that overlay back on. All right, so there's just a little more clarity between these kind of features here. So I do like that color shift. The warm looks really neat to me. Comparing it against the other traps, I think it's working. So I like that. I'm going to save because I am now happy with the direction I'm going in with this. Whoa, but there's so many things about it that I'm like, ooh, I'm going to tweak this and I'm going to tweak that. What's kind of funny is I wasn't fully like finished this piece, but I had worked on it for quite a while longer than I intended to, and it was already kind of like good enough. But because there is kind of like a discussion around, well, maybe it doesn't fit with the others as well as it could, it's given me an excuse to go in and kind of like treat more of those details that I've been wanting to. So I do like that about it. So something here, these segments, I actually want it to feel like they're kind of like exposing the kind of innards of these kind of like tube arms. And right now, with the way the highlight is kind of capturing that angle, it feels more like, especially with the color that it is, I might actually drop that. Well, at any rate, it looks like a painted band. It's not kind of like cut out of the silhouette. It doesn't say, oh, we're looking inside these segments. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to like really kind of alter these. So first of all, I'm actually going to throw this into a folder. I'm going to set the folder as a normal folder, but I'm clipping it to the layer below. This is a very fun thing that Clip Studio can do that I don't think Photoshop can. And now I've kind of like clipped this detail, this object, to the original kind of like layer set below, but now I can kind of like do my own kind of clipping layers just for these features. I don't know if any of that made any sense to anybody. if you kind of work in this kind of software, maybe it makes sense to you, but basically it's just a cool digital painting trick that I can do because there were good designers that worked on this. Alright, so basically I think I'm just going to make that darker, and I'm going to come in and we'll do another clipping mask layer, and we're going to just start kind of like adding the details underneath, kind of showing, you know, oh, here's like the mechanical kind of components hidden under these plates, and kind of like leaving a shadow on the edge to show this kind of depth that's happening there. So this right here feels more like a kind of, you know, segmented clockwork octopus arm rather than the kind of like shiny ribbon red kind of like banding. And I might actually, like, what I really would like to do with this is take it even further and do things like, oh, I want to actually like make this plate, you know, kind of different and expose the mechanisms underneath more or something like that. Have like windows into this clockwork thing. Like basically the original idea that I wanted to go with for this was basically a clockwork octopus, right? It's a very intricate and detailed mechanisms that are very fine. But yeah, so if I go in here now, I grab like a color like that, then I can kind of like show, oh, maybe there's like a cog here. Not that this would make any sense, but these are the kinds of details that I like. So why not paint what I like? I'll sometimes just actually just watch on YouTube like people working on building their own watches and, you know, machine parts and just fancy cool things that are like super detail oriented and complex and cool, you know. It's a really neat just thing that we've figured out how to do. It's just making these amazing intricate devices that are just like really impressive. And some of the people that do this, they do it all by hand, like hand file cutting gears and crazy stuff like that. Like honestly, like goals, I would love to like have a little jeweler's lathe and just kind of build something like this. Of course, I have too many projects that, you know, I don't think that I would want to actually invest my time in building a golden clockwork octopus that, you know, moves and all that. I don't think I got that. I'll draw it. I'm happy enough to draw it. I'll stick to kind of simpler crafts that are still very fun and creative. But still, like, building kind of really intricate and detailed things like this would be really, really satisfying. Great channel if anybody is like, oh, where do you watch that kind of stuff? ClickSpring is a really amazing crafter who like hand cuts his own tools. He's very like satisfying narrator voice too. Just um, really interesting, like very educational too, because a lot of it is kind of analyzing historical practices for creating really amazing devices from centuries ago, and kind of discussing how we even accomplished that in that day and age, and recreating the tools and practices to kind of like test that theory, right? Like it's speculative in a lot of the cases, but it makes sense too. It's kind of like, yeah, no, I mean, they could build these things with the technologies they had, and here's an example of what that would look like, and it's just truly impressive. Um, Dedicated craftsman, uh, no small effort for that kind of stuff, but really cool video. So check them out if you're interested in that kind of stuff. I think this one I might benefit from going color, and that's not the color. Ignore that. I just need to kind of, maybe it was hue is better. Not divide. Whoops. Neon tentacle. Okay, that feels a little closer. To matching the others. Okay. Cool. Was pumpkin spice an inspiration for the color palette? Pumpkin spice has been the inspiration for many a Halloween trap skins, though. So, give it that. Alright. But yeah, it is very kind of like pumpkin spice vibes. The oranges, especially down here. But it does make more sense when we have the overlay on top. The kind of like murky, cooler kind of water glow and haze. And this kind of almost more. It does kind of almost have a rusted vibe, which I'm not totally sure that's the direction I should have that. Um, I think another thing that might be crucial to kind of like pushing forward uh, to kind of the state that I need to get it to is the gems, and the color that the gems are is going to potentially impact kind of the overall design, and so I should probably figure out something for that soon. Yeah. Yeah, corroded golden coin. Yeah. I mean, yeah, it might develop a kind of like a murky layer on top of the coins. Um, Gold isn't one that is reactive though. It doesn't tend to develop a patina, um, unlike iron and copper and like ferrous metals and stuff, that oxidize and stuff, right? Like, uh, at least I think that that's something about gold is it doesn't necessarily kind of like, have a kind of rust that it develops. But yeah, time to break out the bedazzling gun. You're right. We should do that actually. We should kind of like start clicking some gems into some slots. Got to socket this. So I am gonna save it, and I'm gonna try that because I think that that would be important to kind of like figure out. Oh wait, actually, this color isn't working, or not, because it will matter. It's a big impact. Colorful gems, right? So where do I want to start on that? Oh, I'm going to jump up on here, and I think I'll just do a layer group just above the whole piece, or the whole octopus anyways. I think I need to get some shadows up in here, but at any rate. There's kind of like a weird emptiness in those areas that either I just kind of like add more detail and shading, and that might work. This also feels a little too orange here. But yeah, I'm just trying to think of like where would a gem fit. Here, definitely. I kind of like designed a space for one and I never slotted one in, if you will. So let's just throw a gem on that and see what happens. I'm thinking let's start with blue, because that is very complementary kind of color. And we're in the water, and why not? So blue and orange are pretty wild together. And for a gem, I like to saturate kind of like the underside, the inside of it, and brighten it up, and then like the top surface is darker, but then you get like a nice potential for a highlight to kind of skate across the surface there, right? Depending on how it's cut, you might get really kind of strong like shifts of value and saturation. Is it like a very refractive and you know, like what kind of, is it a simple cut? Is it really complex kind of polish on it? Yeah. There is a word I'm trying to think of, but it won't come to me. I think it starts with an F, but basically the way that the gem is cut will change kind of like how that kind of internal reflection acts, also based on the actual gemstone and like its refractive index. Yeah, facets maybe was the word I was thinking of, how it's faceted. So it's probably facets. Yeah, so basically what we're looking at here is a very complementary kind of color, right? So you have your kind of like warm oranges and yellows and stuff. And if we look at the color wheel over here, let me just blow this up here. If we look at this color wheel, our gold is kind of like in this range. And if we want to really kind of like make something pop on that, we go to the opposite side into this kind of blue territory, right? So basically these are on opposite ends of the kind of like color wheel, the spectrum of colors. And so anytime we kind of like play these off each other, they really dramatically just kind of like enhance each other. They can, you know, like really duke it out in bad ways if you don't balance it, if you don't create a good strong hierarchy. If it's like just half and half and there's no value hierarchy and kind of like this is the thing that's ruling the piece and this is just a detail, it can go bad. But if you do lay it out where you have kind of your strong hierarchy of basically the main color set is this orange, this warm kind of like yellowy orange, red kind of territory. And then a small amount is that punchy blue. Then you have a nice hierarchy and they can kind of play off each other in good ways. So another thing we should do is also look at our value structure. This is something that I will always recommend to any artist, anytime you're working on anything. Take a look at its grayscale, make sure that you can understand it and things still read in that view. It needs to work in grayscale, because if it's not working in grayscale, you're not going to be able to read it as easily. So popping into this view, I am seeing some areas where I want to kind of like create more um, definition, that I feel like it's maybe too flat. So under these eyes, I think it's all midtones, and I actually want that eye to pop out more. So if I bring more shade into that area, it'll increase the contrast. We have some nice highlights. Uh, this is something that I want the viewer to kind of like look at, and I could add some cool contrast by giving it the blue bedazzled gem thing, because when you do that, it does attract the eye to this kind of like, ooh, there's something different here. I want to go look at that, right? Like it's attracting my eye. So I could do that with the eye, but I don't want to overdo it. And in general, the value structure does have room to kind of deepen in this area. So I'm going to darken that. And we can do that in this view. There is just so many layers that it's like, goodness, what layer should I be doing this under? I'm half tempted, and I always say this, like every stream, I will pretty much always make this comment. I kind of want to flatten it all, because I like knowing what layers I want to affect, but there is just so very many of them that exist in this file. And this one's pretty deep down that I need to get to, I think. Actually, that looked almost better with that off. What are you? Interesting. Okay. It looks better in color with it on. There. This is the layer that I'm looking for. This is my brightness layer for this whole kind of under torso kind of area, right? That whole layer. This is my brightness or value layer, if you will. So now what I can do is I can grab my kind of shadow color, and all that this layer does, this brightness layer that I'm working in, it just kind of adjusts the value to match whatever selected color I have. So it's not going to worry so much about the color that I'm painting in. More so it's going to just impact kind of like how much black is in this pixel, or how much white is in this pixel, and it's going to push and pull it. So when you use a brightness or a value layer effect, you're kind of tweaking the highlights and shadows, but you're not compensating for the colors shifting how they should. So these are a great layer to use for quickly blocking in your kind of like value structure, but ultimately you should kind of adjust your colors above that as well. So you need, like when you do highlights and shadows, you should always be kind of thinking of like, what color is this light? What color is coming from the environment and impacting the surface? Because if I just throw it into shadow, and I don't change the color, it's going to have this like weird kind of like unnatural look to it. Whereas like I want to, when I throw something into shadow, I want to think about what is the environment around it, what is the color of the environment, and I'll use that color in the shadow. And then what is the quality of the light? I'm going to use color from the light to adjust the color of the surface. Anything you're seeing with your eye isn't just the base color of whatever that object is. It's that object you know, bouncing photons into your eye, but it's absorbing certain elements of the spectrum, and you know, it's getting more of some colors than others due to different things adding light from, you know, it's a lot. There's a lot. You don't need to go overboard with this. Don't overthink it, but do use values to kind of like make a stronger image. So I'm gonna, as I said before I got on that huge ramble, I'm just gonna deepen these shadows. Why isn't that going down dark enough? Interesting. Is it from the overlay? It is from the overlay. Aha. Okay, the overlay is, it strikes again. Okay, so there's a lot of bloom and glow that's knocking out the shadows from the overlay. So I do need to be conscious of that. In which case, I'm gonna go and take a look at this overlay folder. And this add glow here. Unlock the folder. And I'm going to use a gentle brush. I'm going to use a clipping mask just in case I decide I don't like that shift. But I'm going to pull that glow back a bit more. I do like that it's knocking out details in areas. But I want to use this where there is the brightest highlights. So like down on this arm, I actually don't think it's necessarily, this arm down here, I don't think it's necessarily getting the brightest highlights, whereas like these kind of like eye stalks a bit more in this shoulder of this tentacle kind of might catch the light a little better. Like I think there's going to be edges here and there, so it's good to have it a little bit, but maybe I'll get more of it. Actually, I'll just apply that clipping mask. That's not what I wanted. Does this work? Apply clipping mask. I know that there is a way to like use that. Do I right click on it? I feel like there's a hotkey. Apply mask to layer. There we go. Okay. So I do think that I could get more of that kind of like glow on this tentacle here, and that would be a nice kind of spot to attract the eye, because this is kind of coming forward to us. Get a little bit of it in that inner edge, and maybe a hint of it here and there. But overall, I don't think I want it to be super strong everywhere. This is a kind of more of a final pass decision as well. I don't want to go too hard on using this here. Okay, so I'm just going to knock that out completely right now. And all right. Actually, I'm going to take a short break, if you don't mind. I know I said at the beginning I was going to have to take a quick little break. So I'm going to do that. Alex just got in. So I'll be back. Give me 10 minutes. And I'll be right back. So let's do a save. And yeah, there's some good questions in the chat. I've been not paying as much attention to chat, but I'll be right Alright, sorry about that. We're back. Just needed to help unload some groceries and stuff real quick. We're all set now. Okay, so we were kind of working on a little bit of the overlay, which I don't think is a big priority at the moment. It's kind of the final pass stuff. So what I do want to do is, okay, so one of the things I wanted to change was that value grouping there, and I did a little bit. I'm going to knock that down a little more. I actually think that there's too much light on these shoulders here. Just kind of like thinking I want this side to be brighter, and the overlay does kind of add a bit of that, but could be a stronger hierarchy there, I think. So I just kind of brighten that up a little bit more. But I go in here and I drop these a bit more. Yeah. So this glow, although I quite like the detail it's adding, I actually want to knock that down a bit. Just because I think that this side of the torso should be more overall in shade. So let's see, if I do this, that kind of drops it down a bit. And I think I'll darken that even more. Again, there's just so many layers at play that I'm like, alright, what one do I need to tackle this time? Okay, I think it is the overlay this time. Which is a bit awkward because I do need color in an overlay. That's very orange. This will help if I kind of like make the segments not that weird ribbon. Alright. Yeah. Just get rid of that weird red. That helps. Yeah, for those asking, it is a Chrome School of Sharks trap skin. I know it doesn't look like a shark, but it fits the theme, and we got one of them right on here. So there you go. Ooh, yeah. I like the idea of like putting gemstones at its base instead of just coins. I think that'll actually help it to kind of like feel more, oh, it's sitting on a pile of something that's not the same color and looks just too similar. So I think I'll do that good. Alright. This... Cool. All right. One thing that I do want to do with these is fix that silhouette where there's these segments. So there's actually a kind of opening. Right? Because these are representing like a gap in the metal. And so by not actually having a gap, it's kind of doesn't look right. Just looks like it's painted on the surface, right? So that helps a bit. Also, this should probably go over top of that a little bit more. Oops. I'm supposed to be using a clipping layer for all that. Oopsies. Eh, well. Is what it is. Try that again. This time I'll use a clipping layer. It's just less destructive to the layer information if it's a clipping mask. I can kind of like repaint something in that I erased, that I masked away. Okay. This arm does feel a little thin here actually, now that I'm kind of like looking at the other ones. I need to bulk that up. Okay. This might actually be the best spot to use this segmenting to like help show, well, not the best spot, but it's a good spot for it to kind of like do its thing, demonstrating the different kind of like material property. Because we can have the background kind of peeking through it and kind of like showing what that silhouette looks like. Cool. All right. I want to darken that. An overlay layer? Ooh, not that. Definitely not that. Nay, normal is fine. Okay, same with this one. Also, I think we'll be working on this for a little while still. There's plenty that I want to tackle with it. So we're gonna be doing the whole like lunch break thing in half an hour. In case you're unfamiliar with that, I take a hour-long break, and then we come back and we keep working. But I also have stuff like Larry links to give out when I return, and yeah, we'll just kind of make an afternoon of it. I do want to try and finish this, and it's hard to kind of like know how long this process is going to take, just because it's a little bit out of the kind of ordinary what we're doing here. Of kind of really shifting a lot that's happened here. Again, this looks very different with the overlay, and it's important to kind of factor in, hey, we're going to have an overlay on top of this, and it's going to look quite different with that. This haze, need to soften that. There's kind of too hard of a cut that I did there, so it looks a little weird, but I want to make sure that this feels more like it's kind of in the shaded side of this character. So, not that it's the usual process, but we could kind of use that same overlay that I've been using to kind of like knock everything back how I want it. This is very much kind of more of a flat type of painting where I'm just kind of like building on the topmost layer, and instead of going into the individual layers and making those adjustments on each of them, I'm just painting over the whole thing. So it makes it easier and harder at the same time. It makes it easier to kind of like create an overall kind of harmony with the piece and like affect everything all at once, but it makes it a lot harder to edit little specifics unless you're willing to just kind of keep working on the topmost layers and almost treat the image as fully flattened, which isn't always the easiest. Yeah. Okay, what do I want to tackle? This. Yeah, alright. Add glow, but here. Bam. Yeah, that plate is like right in line. Let's turn on that overlay glow. Maybe we knock that down just a smidge and get just that outer edge. But overall, this structure is looking pretty good. I'm gonna perhaps knock or brighten up these tentacles back here so that we can still see them. Or maybe that edge there. I'm just kind of thinking like this side of the octopus is getting quite lost. But I also kind of want it to. So maybe it's this arm here and that arm. I'm gonna lock the overlay layer so I stop making selections on it. Okay, I actually do want to bring that highlight back. And this front arm actually has like this glow around it that kind of helps carve it out. A lot of little quick saves. All right, so there's this kind of like glow behind it that kind of helps it to stand out. But I think I need to kind of like tweak the arm even more. Okay. That's fine. That might need a little bit of adjustment. That is fine. I think the brightness is where I need to do a little bit of work. I'm going to lighten this all up a bit more. Just so that this does stand out a bit better. Yeah, it is the overlay that's doing a lot of that lifting, of course, which makes it more annoying to kind of try and deal with. So I have to jump up to a layer that I'm not as expecting to have to work in. So this is kind of where that like working flat kind of bites you in the butt. So it's very fast to make huge sweeping changes, and I kind of did that closer to the end of the image where it's like, okay, cool. I think I'm pretty much done what I need to do, and now I'm gonna just kind of like harmonize it all. But now I need to compensate for that when I make adjustments, which is always the understanding of when you kind of do those final passes and you kind of like build layers on top to just kind of like tweak everything. Like sometimes you'll kind of colorize the whole piece to just kind of like create more harmony on it, where you bring it all towards one edge of the color wheel, and by doing that it actually really makes it kind of like a lovely thing to look at. But of course now when you go to edit it, it's like, okay, I gotta paint underneath all those adjustments and kind of figure out how to make that work, or I just paint directly over top, and that's fine. It just is less kind of like friendly for little editing things, but if you're fine working that way, it's definitely not a bad way to go. Like, I'm still tempted to just kind of like flatten the whole thing and just go, because I know how to do that and make it work. It just is less friendly in the end for kind of making clever adjustments, if you will. Okay, so this, I do need to darken it again now. And I think it's just making sure that this reads on top of the other arm, and maybe I should actually shift that arm up so that it overlaps more cleanly. And if I flatten the image, that's even more difficult to do something like that. That's a dramatic change where you have to like make a big selection of everything to change it, right? So let's see, if I grab all that and I do one of much of a mess am I going to make? Okay, so I didn't grab these extra bits on top, which is a layer way up the top. Fun times. What layer am I even looking for? That looks like it. So also select these, I think. Yep, all that. All right, but not these, because they are unfortunately all grouped up. Shortcuts can be a bad thing. All right, so that's nearly everything. I also need to add in, maybe I'll just move it after. Is it even worth it? Do I want to do that shift? You know what? I don't. I don't actually in the end. Yeah, as I said at the beginning of the stream, this process is a lot more tedious. Not a lot happens very quickly, which is why I don't tend to do streams where I'm just kind of finessing details, if you will. I tend to kind of like try and do streams where you guys get to just be a part of designing it and coming up with the ideas with me. Gilded. And yeah, so it's not as kind of potentially interesting to watch me just kind of like smudge a color up and down until I'm like content enough with it. But I suppose if you're here right now, you're probably okay enough with this to want to stick around and watch me do it. So, to each their own. Anybody have any weekend plans? Just to make some fun small talk? I do. I'm going to a Ren fair. First time ever. Very excited for it. Not gonna lie. Never been to one. Always wanted to. I made a pirate shirt. Okay, I'm gonna do that technique that I did on this one coming towards us, where I break this out into its own kind of overlay folder, and then I go in and just kind of turn it more into a mechanical looking clockwork kind of guts, if you will. Now, I'm not sure if I'll have all the kind of staging to get all that detail in here, but it's better than that like very vibrant red ribbon that was going on here before. And also I can do something like, you know, this where I like change the silhouette of it. I think it makes sense that it would be kind of like split down the sides as well, instead of like a plate wrapping around the whole thing necessarily. Bit awkward right here. So one of the things that I was thinking of when I was kind of like making this is, if I'm imagining how this actually works, these gaps allow it to bend, and so technically wherever it's kind of like folding in on itself, like the top here, which has a very aggressive kind of curve, it's going to be kind of like pinching together at the top and expanding at the bottom. So it kind of creates this like pinch point in essence. So I think I want to kind of convey that a bit more. So like here where it's curving inwards, now the top is going to expand out. And the bottom is going to pinch together. Bring these segments closer together, but open them up on the outsides. And like, it doesn't need to be perfect. Your brain does a lot of the work filling in what's happening here. I just need to imply enough detail that I can kind of like get you started, and then you kind of see it and you're like, I can't quite make out all that detail, but I get it, you know, like I see that this is some kind of mechanical plating, and it looks like it's, you know, curving in this way, and yeah, so I think that's kind of conveying enough of that it kind of makes sense. Let's make that gap a little tighter on those though. Cool. Alright. Always good to do like flips and stuff too, to just kind of like shake your looking at it up a little bit. You know, you kind of like see it with fresh eyes, if you will. So one thing I like to do with metals is kind of like play with the reflections on itself, the bounce light, if you will. So for this piece, for example, because it's kind of facing in on itself, I'm actually going to give it a little bit of like a bounce where it's reflecting its own kind of like colors in on itself and just really saturating itself with its own colors. I think that can kind of like assist in kind of like understanding what is this material I'm kind of like experiencing. You know, so like If it's gold, it's kind of like shimmering gold off of its surface, and anything close enough is going to be cascaded with that golden light. And if it's already gold, and those photons that were already kind of like affected by a gold surface are striking that gold, it's just going to kind of like be more of that color in a way, you know. Um, Not always how that works, but like that's the kind of general idea of like, okay, it kind of has a nice effect on kind of metallics, having them kind of like, if they're reflecting light in on themselves, you just get real saturated with it, and it can kind of look neat to do that. So it works. Okay, again, I've been painting with the overlay on, and that can kind of be a little bit more challenging to get the colors that I want. But I'm just going to have to make do with this kind of setup that I've given myself, where I basically have to kind of paint underneath and on top of things. Cool. All right. So we got 7 minutes until I take lunch. Um, we'll be able to kind of like assess, all right, what's the next step? One thing I might do real quick that I think will be important is kind of just giving a little color treatment to these fishies. Um, so I think I might have to just do it as a topmost layer, which again is like, that's not the ideal, but they're simple enough that I'm more comfortable with doing it that way. I can just kind of like keep painting over top. There we go. So that already took it from like this weird kind of like salmon color to more of a gold sheen. And we can get like a little bit of that color variance in the shaded areas, because I think that's kind of a nice kind of like quality for this material, is to have a little bit of color variance. But overall, just kind of throwing a color layer over top the whole thing and just bringing it a little more into the orange territory. Bam. Suddenly it feels a lot more gold. Especially if I kind of bloom that, like I really kind of hit the saturation of that color where there is a highlight more so. I think it seems to punch it up in a great way. So, yeah. Alright, I'm liking that. Let's see, color or hue? Ooh. Color has more of that kind of golden shimmer. I'm gonna get a little more of that like saturated gold orange color where it's reflecting that fish below it to the side. Yeah. Colorized layer seems like the way to go for that. And just kind of hit it with a little more of that orange in a couple of spots. Not everywhere, but just a few. Cool. So that feels a little bit more gold. Maybe not totally there yet, but cool. Yeah, alright. I like this add glow layer above, and then coming in with like a really like yellow gold, and just kind of hitting some key highlight spots to just really sell that shimmery golden fish look. Not that I'm like, oh, we gotta like drag the viewer's eye away to this, because that's kind of happening. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do another overlay on the whole octopus here. So right at the very top of that. And I'm gonna use a add glow. We are 2 minutes to lunch, but watch what happens when I do this. I'm just very quickly gonna kind of add gold. Just really turn that into like a polished gold. Now again, this is treating all the layers below it, and therefore any kind of painting I do underneath this is going to be having to kind of compensate for that, including like stuff like the glow that's happening. Oh, no, maybe not. Yeah. That's... Let's do this. Oop. I mean, let's do this. There we go. Nope, I don't want that. How about this? There we go. All right. Okay, we are on lunch, but I just needed to shuffle some layers to do some stuff. I'll have to clean this up when I return, but it's just to kind of get us going in the right directions. And again, like, there are better ways to have done this, but I want to kind of like do this fast enough. And the way that I structured it, it's kind of slow to do it the correct way. There's just so many layers happening. Yeah, alright. Well, let's go on lunch, and when I return, I'll have a Larry link for you with some tasty, tasty condensed creativity. And we will continue with this creation process. I actually wonder, I think I have the screen recording of this whole piece, which might actually be pretty interesting. So let's pop that on up here. Let's squeeze that over here. I'm going to give it a save as well. Look at these goldfish. I need to make their eyes bigger if they're going to be official goldfish, right? But they look like golden fish to me. Uh, yeah. All right. So let's pop this out here. Time lapse. Sweet. Yeah, I think this is going to be like the whole thing, which is huge because I definitely put a lot of detail and work into this. But it'll be interesting to see where it came from. Hopefully, it's good. Um, let's put that to all. Yeah, there was some sketches that I didn't quite like, couldn't quite figure it out. That's how this goes a lot of the time. I was thinking like doing barracudas. Yeah, actually, I did jump onto the octopus pretty quickly. I wasn't like sure that's what I wanted to do, so I think I jumped out of the octopus for a minute, or maybe not. I don't know. I'm gonna watch this first. I'll be back at 2 o'clock. I'm gonna put up the timer now, but I'm gonna hang out and watch this just because I'm kind of curious. I guess that would be more like 58 minutes or less. Okay, yeah, no, I did just kind of stick to the octopus when I found it, I guess. Mm. There we go. It's gonna be a good long one. School of Krakens, sock. School of Chrome Krakens. Crazy Krakens. Yeah, I feel like a band of gems around the kind of like the head. I don't know what it's called. I assume its head, but if there's a specific name for that, just kind of like bulbous top of the head, but it could be kind of cool if there's like a band of crystals that kind of encircle it, maybe. Don't know. Yeah, what's interesting is I suspect the overlay that really kind of like pops it out and gives it a lot of depth and just kind of atmosphere is probably just gonna just appear because I think that came together really quickly compared to kind of like oh I got like figuring out the whole sketch and kind of like all the different layers. And so here you can see all the different colors or different layers that I've kind of structured, and each one of those has multiple passes of like um like the value of it, the color and details on top of that. So I did an overall kind of shading pass, and now I dropped those into each of the layers and kind of combined it with just that layer that's attached to. So overall, I kind of did like an overlay painting above it, and then I copied that into each of those groups and tweaked them independently, so they were kind of cut out from each other. Yeah, very like I really enjoy like techno steampunk kind of stuff. Um, with that pink, it's quite interesting too. Um, but yeah, I just didn't quite kind of like keep it in the rose gold. I kind of am leaning into the rose gold a little bit, but like it didn't get there as much as I wanted it to, and I think that the actual gold it really does sit much better with the other traps. Um, There was a great suggestion in the chat earlier about having gemstones as the thing that the octopus is sitting on. So here we go. Boom. Just like atmosphere has been just splattered onto it. And that just instantly just kind of created a certain depth to it. Now looking at this, I think that I could kind of push the tentacles behind its head even more to kind of like pop that out better. Maybe get more warm reflections or some kind of reflected colors into the underside of the head. Originally I was like, oh, I guess I'll paint each of these fish individually, and I'm like, wait, they're a school of fish. I should just like copy and paste one fish and just make small tweaks. Much easier to do it that way. Much faster than painting each individually. So boom, copied, give it some atmosphere, shift it a little bit. Yeah, I definitely think that the gold on those fish looks way better. So I'm glad we're doing this. Also, ultimately, I don't feel like it was finished how much I liked this piece to be. Like, there's a lot of really cool ideas and details that I have in this that I haven't been able to fully realize in it. And I'm getting an excuse to keep working on it and add that. So it's quite nice, actually. The kind of bands on the sides of the tentacles as well, like those are not good enough in my opinion. They were just like the coins. I slapped them on because I needed that silhouette, that like design element in it, but I don't feel like they're good. They're just kind of like plopped in there. And here we are today now, kind of where we got to today, shifting things really quick. But you can see the difference of kind of like how much that like yellow gold on top of that more kind of like orange gold helps to kind of have that tonal difference between those. If it was all kind of like just the same tone, I feel like it would work, but I'd really have to do a lot more in terms of kind of like layering it on top of each other, which I think would look really quite nice actually. So I'm not opposed to kind of like making it all the same gold and then just really enhancing the kind of the shading on it and depth of all the parts. All right, so there we go. We've watched one loop of it. I am now going to go on my lunch. I'll be back at 2 o'clock, so 51 minutes from now, basically. And we'll continue on. I'll have a layer link, and yeah, I'll see you soon. So catch you then. I'll be back. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. We're back. Stream time. Also, Larry Loot time. Hup. Let me get in on that. Make sure I sent you the goodies correctly. Not 3 mythical dragon hearts. Claimed. Thanks, Larry. Alright. Well, where we left off, we've just been kind of like poking around in the details, battling our overlay layers. So I think the fish are good. I liked how quick and effective that was when I tweaked those. I'm going to just very quickly, this backfish here, do a quick little add glow. Would it be add glow, or was I using hue or overlay? Just want to bring this together with its siblings, with its classmates. Good enough. Alright, so some details to tackle next. I think that the like plates here, I prefer this more kind of like asymmetrical and interesting clockwork look. It's extra work to do it that way, but that's the kind of stuff that I enjoy. I could get better rendering on these suction cups. That's going to be something that I would be very happy to get. I just kind of quickly toss those on. They're not very well done, in my opinion. These side panels as well are kind of not the most effectively done, so those could use a little tune-up. Maybe get a little more of the atmospheric, like, top of the water on top of the octopus, but it's like in shade, but it's still kind of like looking up at the surface of the water up there. And also something that I think would be really nice would be to kind of like put gems under it. We don't necessarily need to like bedazzle the octopus itself. I think if we kind of like have it sitting on a bed of gems, that might actually be good enough. So those are the things I'm thinking about. Maybe a little more treatment on the arms. I think the seaweed at the back, I wonder if we want to actually like change the color of it. Kind of warm it up a little bit, perhaps. So I'll try just a color layer over that and grab just like a brown. Kind of turning it into more of a gray than anything. Just because if the whole piece is kind of in the warm area, the warm range, even though this might be a red or brown, it looks green because of the kind of relative colors around it. So like this is like purple and red and such, but okay, this one is green here still. But like very, very gray almost. So let me grab a brown color and just knock that all back. There, now we're not actually in the green for the most part. A couple of spots that have a touch of it, but it's a little more subtle anyways, so yeah, not a big deal. Doesn't change much. Hardly even something you can notice. I think it creates a little more harmony though. Cool, okay, let's see, what's next? Just unlock that for a second. And lock that back up. Alright. So, I think the gems might be the good next objective. Which I think would be this layer here. Like a ruby. Now, I guess one of the challenges is like, how punchy and saturated do I want this? There is a whole large range of fun gems that we could place into here, but that could also, you know, get really crazy with how colorful it could get down there. And I don't know if I want to overdo that, you know? Turn it into like a little Christmas light show down there. Probably not a good goal. Okay, so let's just see what happens if I kind of do the gem treatment on these. Do they get too noisy for this piece? Okay. Do another clipping layer on top for the highlights. Okay, so it is a little distracting, but if there's enough of them, and I kind of like rein in the colors a bit, maybe it might not be too bad. Lots of little rubies, I think. Alright. Green might be a bit much. Okay. Yeah, I think that when I do the final overlay pass, we'll probably hit a few of these gemstones with a little bit of a glow. Let's just see if that would look nice. I think maybe I'll try this layer. I just don't want to draw so much attention to them. Maybe if they're all kind of just a bit more on the hazy side. You'll get the like, ooh, there's like precious glowy gems, but they're not gonna be like, look at me and look at me and look at me. They'll just look precious. Maybe, hopefully. Green is kind of difficult. Not sure if I like it very much. Little gemstone candies. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm just not liking that there's all that green. Perhaps if I just so they're still kind of like, yeah, there's green, but it's pulled back. Reds and oranges. Too muted now? Probably. Yeah, the eyes could have a little more. I think that this would be kind of like a darker slit in there. All right. Yeah, I mean, the jewels offsetting the octopus color could be good. Yeah, maybe I'm being too cautious with that. Like, I think where the light is cascading in, we could get more of the color range kind of dancing around right here. Especially, like, we are drawing the eye into this area where the cheese is and stuff, so it's probably not a bad thing. I do want to get a little more kind of like interesting dynamic detail between these plates. But I think part of that might be like opening them up a bit and just kind of like adding potential for more windows of detail. Just trying to decide where that might work best. See, that just kind of looks a little too patchwork now. Oh, thank you. I'm glad that you like the gems where they are. Wasn't sure if I was too keen on adding that range of color, but I think with the bloom off of it and them concentrated, it doesn't seem so bad. I might even stack a pile up right up against it. And I think I'll treat the edges of these coins with a little more care, just because I feel like this zone here is where the light is telling us, like, look here. Enjoy this little window of detail. It feels a little bit more like there's like structure, machinery and stuff underneath. Got a couple of spots where maybe there's a little more light in these pins and cogs and stuff. Oh yeah, there is a green smudge that is an unrealized gemstone. Good catch. Okay, let's tackle that real quick. I think that the top of this plates here, maybe I'll tackle these first. And just kind of do a little bit more, turning that into steampunk clockwork kind of vibes, right? Okay, and then have some fun with detailing it. Cool beans. Okay. Not terrible. Tentacle in the middle right side is not robotic. Are we like the back? Not sure. This one? I don't know. I guess like for trying to sort this, let's just, so like this one's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Let me know what one you're referring to. Because yeah, I do want them all to feel robotic. It just, they might just need a little bit more touch up to kind of get to that point. 6 and 7. Alright, well, we can attempt to address that. I think we might get a little more light on that kind of like face, the sucker face, because they're twisted the opposite direction that this one is, right? This one's curling in, this one's curling out. So like its suction pads are on the outside of it. And as well, I just kind of didn't do a very clean, good job on the suction pads. So this was something that I'm like, I want to be able to go through and clean this up. So let's do that. So the idea that I was thinking is, if this is like a creation, there'd probably be a very consistent form for these suckers. So I'm thinking like 5 in that kind of pattern on each of them might work. Although it might make sense to have 6, so they're kind of like 2, 1, 2, 1 kind of thing. But since there's the gap in between, maybe it does make sense that they skip that one. Maybe they should be bigger too. So I feel like there might be a challenge of having a certain consistency with these. Yeah, I think they need to be a bit bigger here. I don't know. Bloom, save us. Okay. That. And we'll get more of that gold. think I do also want to get just a little bit of orange add glow. Okay, and I think here maybe I will use, yeah, I'll use this add glow. I'll actually go with a gray. So I'm not trying to get like the gold catching sunlight edge, just the ambient atmosphere lighting up that back edge here, carving it out a little bit. Alright, well, it's getting somewhere. I think I want this arm to be casting more of a shadow, to be perfectly honest. I need to clean up the coins. These suckers are still really rough and messy. But like overall, most of it's good enough. And we don't need to make it perfect either. Alright. I think I'll get the inner mechanism looking stuff going better here. Not sure if I'm just making this worse by trying to make all these segments weird and unique. Might be overdoing it. Robo Squid. Alright. Save. Ooh. I'm starting to feel it. Alright, let's see. I think I do want to, like, try more of a cast shadow on the ground below. The coins and gemstones are within the seabed. I'm not sure if there should be sand in between them. Yeah, I guess it depends on, like, what's the situation, octopus dude? Did you just, like, scoop them all under you as your kind of dragon horde pile, or were these kind of like just half buried and it just hangs out on top of them because they're pretty and shiny? What's the story, I guess, is the question for whether or not it's kind of like sand between them. I think it might make sense if there is. Okay, I think I just need to... maybe actually knock that down a bit. We could potentially do like a sandy... Hmm. I kind of like the kicked up sand look a little bit. You know, like there's some motion here, and like the bottom of the seabed is just a little bit like disturbed and floaty. Again, this almost needs to be an overlay layer on top. Alright, so need to check our value hierarchy again. Make sure that we're not too lost on it. I think this arm needs a little more pronouncing. So if I erase a little more off the top there, it kind of pops that out just a bit more. Hello, Tarako. I'm working on a trap skin for the Chrome School of Sharks for a thing that's happening after Halloween ends. Okay, let's see. Add. Knock that back, but bump this up. Make that a add glow layer. Give it more yellow. Yeah. Don't know if I need it to pop too dramatically. Yeah, I think the sand did kind of add a little touch of, well, it's just more atmosphere going on, but I also think now I need to do a dust kind of like pass in the overlay layer. So let's see. I used to have a really nice dust brush I made in Photoshop. I don't think I imported that one properly, or, oh wait, maybe this is it. Unlock overlay. Thank you. Okay, let's see. Okay, and then if I do... Hmm. Sandy. What do we think? Is this overdoing it? I wonder. Should have probably been using clipping mask to erase stuff away. So I can push and pull. Yeah, chrome school of shark skin. overlay layer does so much, or the overlay just pass, I guess, details. It might be hungry for a little taste of Kraken. Could be. Too many layers. Way too many layers. Alright, well, I feel like I've potentially stared at this as long as I can. think maybe I do want to get a little bit of that gold color in those tentacles at the back now. Maybe it's pneumatic. It's all like pumps and I don't know. Who knows? Magic powered steam squid. All right. Richard the Rich Kraken. What else? What else? What else? There are these whole things which I'm like, it's a whole thing to chew on. Don't know if I have the energy to do that at this second. Tempted to just flatten them down and make that a little easier to render. The top of this. Kind of like that that's falling into the shade there. It's a little bit just interesting looking that way. Oy, alright. Values are not necessarily grouped super duper good. Hmm. Ooh, Scarlet King Snake. Yeah, it does. It does definitely have that kind of striped pattern. Kind of cool. Here I'm just going around with an overlay on top of all this, just kind of nabbing out details. And when I say overlay layer, I don't actually mean the layer type. I just tend to refer to layers that kind of go in and transform everything below it as my, like, more of a broad sweeping kind of affecting the whole image. I tend to say those are overlay. Guess that's the thing about trying to, like, put all this gold in shadow, is it's still gonna get a lot of reflections happening, and kind of need to appreciate that. Otherwise I'm gonna make it look more kind of simple metal. it's like more matte surface. All right. Ooh. Well, I'm going to give this a save, and I'm going to overlay the original on top of this, just so we can kind of like have a good idea of where we came from. Just to see how dramatically I've shifted it. Because it doesn't look like I changed a lot, but I know that it's very different looking. Okay, so pop that on top. This needs to go above everything. Okay. Yeah, so this is where it was when we started and where we got to. I know it's not like the most dramatic change, but I do think that it works much better now. Might be other things I could do if I'm not happy enough with it, but honestly I've been kind of like looking at it a little too long. Stream days, they kind of like super concentrate that amount of focus. They spend that real quick. Normally I'll kind of like go, you know, from the start of the morning until kind of like the full work day is done. But I'll like kind of take breaks here and there. And when I'm streaming, I don't like to take too many long breaks. So I just kind of condense it all into, you know, what you get. But yeah, I mean, I'm thinking that like I'm fairly happy with where this is at right now. I definitely think that it fits the others better. And I don't know, I might still kind of want to put like gemstones on it more, but honestly, with the gems and the sand and stuff, and just the gold color shift for the most part, I do think that it's in a better spot. Yeah. Anything anyone else wants to be tweaked on this before I kind of wrap up? Yeah, the problem with all this like weird random kind of detail is if you look hard enough, you'll start to find faces or something in it that you like weren't intending, and then you can't unsee it. I'm seeing a very silly face right now, but I kind of like it. Yeah. think I can change that too much. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. Normal might work for that. Alright. Sufficient? Probably sufficient. It was already sufficient, it just needed to be a bit more gold is all. I would say that this is probably good to go. Alright, well, I hope you all enjoyed hanging out here and witnessing altering the material composition of this creation. I hope you found it interesting. I'm going to get the time-lapse going. We'll give this a save first. And we can sign out with that. Yeah, and I'll get this all uploaded and tasked up. Exported and all that goodness. Cool. Alright. Yeah, I wasn't sure how long today would actually go for. Didn't want to make it a super long stream. But I'm pretty happy with it. I think it turned out good. Definitely put quite a few hours into it though, so. It's one of those images where every time I look at it, I'm like, oh, I could tweak that. Ooh, I could change that. Every single time. Every single time I look at it, I'm like, I have an idea for like what to tweak. There's just, I think because there's just so many little finicky details, and a lot of them were just kind of like rough passes at it, and so there's this really awesome digital artist that like was the granddaddy of digital painting in many people's opinion. Craig Nielsen, I think his name is. Good Brush. And his, like, one of his rendering styles, he's someone who is always kind of like just trying things. He doesn't want to, I've heard him talk about it before, but like, he has just incredible technique, but one of the things you'll notice is like he is very happy to just use texture and mess to like communicate things visually, and it works so well. Whereas like a lot of the time I'm like, I gotta get like the perfect surface on it, you know, make it exactly what I want it to look like it's a photograph, but like I don't want it to actually be like a photograph. I want it to be a stylized piece of artwork and stuff. And for like super, you know, mechanical, technical looking stuff, I think that having kind of like a lot of kind of not necessarily super clearly defined kind of greeble can really kind of like let your brain fill in what it actually is. And Craig is just very good at that. Where Craig Mullins, not Craig Nielsen, Craig Mullins, where he just kind of like uses the shape, the flow, and texture, and it just implies something, and then your brain just goes off with that. So, yeah. I just think it's very cool how he's very, very good at that. You see, on his website he has, let's see if the finished sketches or promotional maybe is like, yeah, even then they're like still kind of very crunchy. Because you'd almost think that like promotional material would be like fully polished, every piece is completely rendered exactly, but yeah. Meanwhile, since I've looked through his gallery, yeah, check out goodbrush.com. Very, very cool. I was very inspired by him back when I was first starting my digital kind of debut. Not that I could ever pull off this kind of like technique well. Yeah. I've seen him like do live demonstrations. And it's very much kind of like he'll even like take another painting he's done and use that to just like paint with. He'll just kind of like mash them on top of each other and like just purposely make like this kind of like soup of an image, but like he just knows how to kind of like carve texture and shape out of that. So it's just really cool. Yeah. Yeah, okay, so this is a cool question, and one that I forgot to kind of respond to. Um, how do you go about managing too many creative ideas? What is the best way to go about them? How do you deal with the overwhelm? That is absolutely an amazing question, and it's something that uh, I would absolutely be drowning in if I didn't have a project with its own specific needs. So the greatest foe that I've ever faced, the most powerful, undefeated boss that I go up against is a blank page, because you could just do anything with it. Like, could create whatever you want, and like I can think of like so many cool things or whatever. Um, so the best way to deal with that is to constrain yourself. So with this piece specifically, I was constrained to kind of like a theme, a group of kind of like uh, just the concept of, okay, it's like this robotic thing that I want to be gold and detailed and stuff, and it's constrained to be a trap skin on this trap. And I want it to kind of like have this kind of a palette, and basically, the more you constrain your creativity, like the more it's limited, the more creative like application you can put to it. So after I had completed this last week, this morning, Norm kind of like was chatting with me about kind of like the finish of this versus the other trap skins and how it doesn't really feel like it fits, and so like he gave me the kind of like maybe it should be more constrained to fit with the other ones, which just let me kind of like come in and do more to it, and kind of like think about that more, and just you know um, I still wanted this kind of like really interesting atmosphere, and the more kind of underwater could make it feel, the cooler I felt it was. So, like that meant adding more glowing lights, more cascading, more kind of like frothy, disturbed dust floating in the water, that kind of stuff, chromatic aberration, all kinds of cool stuff. Um, but yeah, so like we've created over 1,000 unique mice. Each one is its own character, but we can't just be like, all right, just draw a mouse that could be anything. It's too difficult. That was like the beginning of the game when I was like, I don't know, like a we need a valuable mouse, a gold mouse, a diamond mouse, sure, a pirate mouse. I like pirates, but like um, it was hard to kind of like cope with, like, oh, what do I do for another one? It's like it could be anything. And then we started to kind of develop locations that were themes and specifics, and so basically, yeah, like to boil it down, and just not ramble so much. Just if you are struggling with kind of like having too many ideas, you just got to put it in a box. Like put up barriers. Like decide like okay, here's one thing you can do, and it's actually kind of a really fun exercise, is take like a sheet of paper and chop it up into a bunch of pieces and write down parts of your ideas. So like if you're like, ooh, it'd be cool if there was like a pirate that's, you know, like a whatever, or like I like pirates, I like monsters, I like robots, I like this, I like that, I like that, blah 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 blah. All these cool things that you enjoy, that you want to make more of, or you want to, you know, be creative with all these little things. Put each of those as like its own little kind of piece of paper, fold them up, toss them in a hat, shake it up, pull out like three, and try and figure out what that would be. So you could end up with like a zombie, you know, pirate ship with, you know, um, a cool like rainbow sky or who knows what, right? Uh, uh, and just kind of like keep narrowing it down, keep getting more and more and more and more specific with it. And like the more restrained your concept has to be, the more creative you get to be. Uh, so I don't know if I explained any of that very well, but basically, yeah, I can't do anything if I don't have a clearer goal. Like it needs to fit all these rules for me to make it. If it's too open ended, I can't get anything done. Um, it just I need those constraints to be creative. So that's how I feel about it. I know different people experience that differently, but that's my experience with it. I struggle with being just too loose and open ended, and it could be anything. Can't do it. But yeah, so all right, I definitely rambled way too long about that, and in the end, I was just like, I don't know, just constrain yourself. It's easier. Um, there. Limit the possibilities. Just choose a direction. Force yourself to kind of like, but then like make it even more restrictive. Just keep making it more restrictive, and you'll have to be more creative to solve that as a problem. Like okay, so I guess one of the ways to kind of state it is my brain is very much into problem solving. Like, if someone comes to me and they're like, I'm trying to figure out this idea, or like I have this challenge I'm trying to overcome, like my brain is like ready. I like tackling that. So I need there to be like this unsolved challenge for a piece of artwork, and then I'll be able to just like go for it. So there we go. Again, I'm in rambly mode. I've been streaming. I didn't get enough sleep last night. My brain is cooked, and yeah, I think I'm gonna sign off. So I hope you enjoyed. I'm gonna let's see. Do I still have it copied and pasted? I do. Here's the layer link. Grab yourself some condensed creativity if you haven't already. Get hunting. Have a good time. But yeah, I'm gonna sign off. So take care of yourselves. Take care of each other. And I shall see you next time, probably 2 weeks. Happy hunting, everyone. Catch you later. Bye.